Hopefully you can hear me properly. Tell me if the audio is too loud. There is a maximum of 6 submissions per sub-pool. And then we'll have a champion pool. So we got a total of, I think, 16 submissions. So 2 sub-pools with 6 people, and then the last submission, sub-pool, 4 submissions. Ah, okay. Sure. I'll... So loud. Okay. Wait, let's... Give me some active track now. Is it better now? Should I tone it down further? Sorry, I haven't streamed in like actual years, so... Exterp, you have your spinal mounts, but you also have your other turn submission in a different sub-pool. Okay. Tell me, does this sound good now? Oh, I reduced both Exterp. Not just the music quickly. Let me double check the rules myself so that I can... Subpools, 20,000 arena size. Soft border, no asteroids, because that's insane. Resources on, 1 for time limit, 3 rounds, scoring mode, damage taken. And pool, of course. We are running pools. Cool. Okay. I guess I'll give it a minute or two to see if anyone else joins. Tell me still if you want music or sounds to have changed volume. Sure, yeah. I can do that. I think I forgot to fix it to that name, but I'll send it to me in DMs, and I'll fix that for the next pool. Oh, the stream is lagging? Hopefully not. A local French jumping spider, if I recall correctly. Something like that. Yes. Okay then. Everyone thinks it's fine with the volume and everything else. Are you ready to go? This will probably be a bit less professional stream than usual. Well, I say usual 2 years ago. Since, yeah, I am not exactly used to streaming anymore. Well, I tried to be professional previously, but yeah. That's fair. Yep. That's very true. Actually... yeah, okay. I guess we'll just get right into it then. Just last time. These are the match setups. So, we have 6 submissions in the first pool, which was the maximum for a single pool. The first one is Beef Action by Fowl. The full name is Acquainted Fowl, but here they have Fowl. Yeah, so Sample Crumb, there are 2 pools with 6 and a last pool with 4. So I kept the amount of competitors per pool to 6, and the 2 top competitors advance to the champion pool. Not the top 3, the top 2. So we have a total of 16 submissions this time around, and with a maximum of 2 submissions per person. Welcome, Yenyu. So, back to it, I suppose. Ah, this is so unprofessional. Okay, so yeah, Beef Action by Fowl, which is a normal, standard vanilla, almost, B submission. The command is actually changed. My tournament does that. It changes all the prices of the various commands in vanilla to their previous roughly 10 to 15 points. As we know, there was an update like 2 or 3 years ago that made certain commands very expensive. Okay, I will change that again. Someone said it was fine, but... wow, okay, we are getting single-digit percentages here. Apologies for that. Hoping this will work now. So yeah, as we know, there was an update that made commands pretty expensive in some factions, especially B, because they have that insanely energy-rich command. But my tournament mod takes that back to roughly 10 points. That's why this one isn't very expensive. So this fleet contains the Cherub, which appears to be some sort of melee fighter. The Judicator, which might be a drone ship. The Archangel, which seems to be using PD for the purpose of close quarters combat. And the Angel, which seems like it was just a use of the last points and slot in the fleet. Or, well, yeah, points. Next one is Crystal Crushers by Bryce, which is vanilla crystalline. The first one appears to just be a massive brawler with a huge amount of guns, and the second one is the Boulder, which is a missile kiter with some extra firepower. The third one is Dog Avenger 3 by Yenyu, which appears to be a vanilla Terran. The first one is the Dog Avenger 3, which is the name of the fleet as well, which appears to just be a massive capital. And secondly, we have the Finch, which appears to just be 3 smaller distractors or fire support with an antimatter cannon. Fourth, we have Exploration Fleet, Exter, which is an old contender from the old MLT days, returning back here to hopefully do some good work. It has the Terraformer, Cavalier, Sniper, and Exclairer. I did not pronounce that correctly. This is made with the Spinal Mounts faction, which is one of the modded factions competing in this tournament, and they are based around, well, only having spinally mounted cannons. Fifth, we have Gatekeeper by Slowking, which is a Farmer Remastered submission, which is basically like an altered, modded version of Farmer. And they seem to have brought a giant missile barge with a lot of giant missiles, a shield, and pretty high thrust. A kiter. And last one is Glassflower by Ano, which appears to be an Obsidian design. Obsidian is also one of the modded factions, and by far the densest, in more ways than one. So let's get right into it. So to start, we can see that Beef Action is being somewhat murdered by the crystalline ships. To those who compete a lot in tournaments, this might come as no surprise, as the crystalline often dominate them. However, the prettiness of Beef Action is nothing to scoff at. These are pretty nice ships. Oh, the mothership seems to be in great danger. But Bryce's main ship is struggling to get in range, probably due to AI reasons. Oh, here we see one of the Beef Action melees trying to do something, but the time ran out, and that was that. The PD damage. Well, it did attempt to rush right now, but I don't think it was the wisest choice. It did lose its entire front. Only one last ship remaining for Foul. And that's a win to Bryce. Now, I forgot to do this last time, but here we can see these. This is the main ship, having a large amount of PD guns and heavy shielding, with the main weaponry likely being drones. And it seems like a big part of this submission is the use of factories to try to replenish the fleet over time. So this is truly like a queen in the beehive. These are the main brawlers with heavy laser DPS. And these are some smaller supporters, all looking pretty cute. And then we have the little triangle with a laser as well. Doombeam. Then going over to the Dog Avenger tree, we can see the smaller ships first, with an antimatter cannon, a missile launcher, and some light PD, likely. Meant to probably kite the enemy from afar and provide some support and distraction. The main ship is using asteroid thrusters. Yes. Okay. Seems like this is a new submission I picked up while going through and collecting and fixing the submissions now. The asteroid thrusters were actually banned, but I suppose there is not very much we can do about this at this point. So yeah. So this ship will have a great amount of thrust, as we can see, why it could bring this huge amount of armor. And as such, it will have a pretty high advantage in this tournament. The asteroid thrusters are technically banned, but it seems like I must have missed it. So it's only reasonable to keep the submission. Unless you guys have other thoughts on that. Okay. But yeah, it's a giant ship. Yeah, it was written in the rules, but that's fine. So yeah, it will have a pretty high advantage in this tournament, but I suppose we are fine with it. We can see the B melee fighters are not the wisest choice against something like this. They do try, but the plasma cannons have all the time they need to tear through any melee fighter. Fowl keeps replenishing his fleet though, with the stored resources in the mothership. By the way, if you are experiencing stuttering, you might possibly try to decrease your quality. I'm running a pretty high bitrate for the purpose of quality, but maybe that wasn't a wise choice. Dog Avenger by Yenyu is taking the first match. Yes, okay. I suppose decreasing the quality to 720p might be a good idea. I see. Foul's main ship is rushing in after these distractors. It might be able to deal with them. And if so, it will potentially recover the lead. Foul is trying to hunt down the last one, but not quick enough. Yenyu takes the win, with over 8,000 points remaining. Now it's Foul versus the local French jumping spider, as he wants to be named. The stream appears to still be running. Okay, I might try to decrease the bitrate. Seems like that was a problem. Are things looking better now? I tried to reduce the bitrate. Is the stream working again for you guys? Okay, good. I attempted to reduce the bitrate. Good. So now we have Gatekeeper versus Foul. Gatekeeper is made by Slowking and has a capital shield and a huge amount of very huge missiles. It also has the agility to run away. Oh. With those capital thrusters. I'm not sure what happened there. It seems to have been repaired. Slowking seems to be struggling here. It's not certain his shield can last. And Foul takes the first round. Now, one problem for Gatekeeper is that the arena border is quite small. In this tournament overall. So this can cause issues with Eternal Kiters. This specific capital shield has a quite low efficiency, so it's probably burning through a lot of energy trying to recharge against this damage. And the Foul takes the second round as well. The win goes to Foul. Now we have Foul versus Ano. The Glass Flower by Ano, which is a crystal... well, not crystal, an obsidian crystal launcher design. The Obsidian faction has a weapon specifically called the Crystal Launcher, which launches these giant melee crystals. It also has heavy armor, probably barely reaching the minimum acceleration. Unfortunately, these crystals are especially dangerous against quick opponents. The slower you are, generally, the better you will do against them. Yeah, the ships are definitely trying to dodge. Ano seems to have done pretty well this round, just staying alive. So they take the first round. Well, some of these ships flew at very high speed through these crystals. It appears that was a mistake. That's a pretty good comparison, Sample Um, these crystals were actually not performing very well in... Well, they were performing pretty decently, but not dominantly so in the MLT tournaments. But it could be that that was due to the designs with 100,000 points of budget just being way larger. So they will usually stop before they could get to the center. The stream is breaking again. Well, that's funny because we did test this with Labs uh, just an hour before we started streaming here. Appears it has managed to somehow break again, just an hour after we tested that it was working. Is anyone else experiencing this right now? Buffering again? Okay, I have tried changing some settings, and hopefully this might run better for you guys now. Are you guys buffering less now? Now I have Bryce versus Yenyu, and we can see that Bryce definitely has the ability to cut through bigger things, as Crystalline is known for with those plasma condensers. I see it's buffering again. Well, I have been... hello, Debris. Welcome. Earlier I tried 50,000, now I'm trying 25,000. I don't know what you usually run in terms of bitrate. Kilobits per second. What do you found to be a reasonable value? Okay, I'm trying 6,000 bitrate now. Well, 6,000 kilobits per second. As a suggestion from Bryce. But I'm not sure what that looks like on your guys' sides. 6 megabits per second. Is this still buffering? Does this look horrible on your sides? Also, we have extra local French jumping spider versus Bryce. Exterp takes the first round. Well, you do say my connection is probably slowing it down. But the thing is, if I do a speed test right now, I am getting 500 megabits download rate. I am doing a speed test right now. 476 megabits download, and actually more than that in upload. 510 megabits per second upload. So I would hope that's sufficient to... I will very much hope that's sufficient to upload 5 megabits per second. Yeah, I'm using constant bitrate, of course. You can't use anything else for streaming. Well, nothing else is reasonable anyways. OBS is also reporting that it is uploading the full value, no problem. Also the 50,000 earlier. So apparently it's getting sent out to YouTube. all the frames. Okay, I'm trying to unpause. This is what 6 megabits per second looks like. And the win goes to Excerpt. I'm trying to use H.265 now, because, well, such a limited bitrate, I better make use of it, if that's what you guys need. Earlier I tried both I tried H.264 at 25 megabits. That was also causing stuttering and buffering, and originally I had 50 megabits at H.265. Now I have Bryce versus Slowking, and as we could see last match, the missiles were for sure effective against that exposed armor, as he got a quick win. Oh, so it's looking pretty good, Debris, even at 6 megabits. Oh, now we have Ano versus Bryce. We'll have to see if Bryce can pierce armor. Ano's armor still seems to be holding, especially since Bryce is not getting in range, unfortunately. Ano's armor was actually pierced. For a moment there, you can see a chunk was cut out. Bryce has the firepower, but maybe not the brains. And as we can see, in contradiction to earlier fights, Bryce can actually shrug off the crystals. Well, to a point. If that many gang up, then the win goes to Ano. Now we have Yenyu versus Exter. Or local French jumping spider, as he wants to be called. Exterp is doing the interesting strategy of meleeing the troll ship. Yenyu is still at 3/4 of its points, while Exterp is struggling, down at 1/4 of original points. Yenyu is doing pretty well here. Exterp is hanging by a thin line with a few seconds remaining. And if you're curious why there were still Exterp ships on the field, those were made by the factory that Exterp has brought. You can see there are internal factories here, continuously attempting to produce ships. And yeah, I agree, Foul. If Reassembly CI was perfect, you could do a lot of crazy things, and a lot of strategies will be more viable. That's for sure. Oh, Yenyu was in huge danger. Exterp was just a single shot away from pouring out the giant ship. And the victory goes to Yenyu. Now we have Yenyu versus Slowking. Let's see what wins, the giant dreadnought or the giant missiles. Yenyu appears to have formidable point defense. Spinal Mount doesn't actually really have that weak damage. Excerpt was mainly using railguns on the main ship though, and railguns trade DPS for range, velocity, and single shot damage. So the Spinal Mount's fleet there was probably not a good matchup. Or the main ship of Exterp should probably have been kiting, which it wasn't. And yeah, I can see that the missiles are for sure not getting through. Especially on the main ship, with all those blast pulsars and the burst lasers. It will be very difficult to get through with lasers. Despite that, this was an optimal fleet for Slowking to kite, so Slowking took the first round. Slowking is currently leading on points, slowly but surely picking off the distractors. For sure, Sepulchrum. If you go into Spinal Mount's regions in campaign as a interceptor, you might struggle. They don't scale very well though, to bigger ships. Slowking is leading on points, and as such he takes the second round as well. Now we have Yenyu versus Aino. The biggest ship against the most durable ship. This will be an interesting matchup. You can see the crystals trying to embed themselves and dig through, and Yenyu has an overwhelming amount of glass pulsars and PD, so we'll have to see what wins. Yenyu is unfortunately being pushed around like a little toy by the exceedingly dense crystals, which makes Yenyu unable to focus fire. Not even asteroid thrusters can counter the crystal thrust. Yenyu is looking pretty rough and has lost a lot of points. And the first round goes to Aino. I do not believe asteroid thrusters got their health nerfed in any form. I do not believe I have touched asteroid thrusters at all, since I do not usually allow them in my tournaments. Glass Flower actually does reach the acceleration requirement, surprisingly. It's just that these thrusters take like 10 seconds to get up to max speed. So unless it keeps thrusting for a long time, it won't get up to max speed. I do also believe the crystals launch themselves weigh a lot and slow it down. Oh, that's true as well, Sepulchrum. You're right. That's true. Apologies, it has been like 4 weeks. Since the initial deadline, actually. And the win goes to Aino. Now we have Exturb versus Slowking. We'll see those railguns do some damage through the shield somehow. And that was that, I suppose. This might be a capital shield, but it still only has like 40,000 health. That was maybe the quickest loss yet. Exturb took down Slowking. Now we have Exter versus Ano. Well, Exter is making some progress shooting off the crystal launchers. The points are actually surprisingly equal. Exter might have a shot at this. Exterp is currently leading on points. Despite losing another ship, Exterp is still leading. And Exterp takes the first round. Ah, that's unfortunate to hear, Yanyu. I did actually ask you guys about this, if you had any opinions on including Obsidian, since I was pretty unsure if it was a good idea to include them. No one really spoke up. If I would have known, I probably wouldn't have included them. This time Excerpt is losing on points, it appears. An important piece of info might be that I do believe the black hull, which you don't see used very much here, but in some small pieces, this black hull, I believe, has bumper on it, so it's immune to melee. Ano takes the second round. Now it's down to the last round. Exterp has once again started stripping off the crystal launchers, and has not lost a single ship yet. Exterp appears to have taken heavy damage, and Ano is currently leading on points. In the end, Ano takes the win, despite Exterp putting up a good fight. Now I believe we have the last fight. We have Slowking versus Ano. And yeah, we have a lot of new competitors. Well, new to these factions at least. Slowking should probably be dodging. but chooses not to. Ino takes the first round. Once again, Sloping chose to take the full brunt of the crystals. Oh, there he is. 0 points. That's interesting. And the win goes to Ano. So these are our winners. Let me just check my screenshot here. Interestingly, 3 of these people will go over to the champion pool, as Ano has 5 wins, Yenyu has 3 wins, and Excerpt has 3 wins as well. Now I can get into the second sub-pool. And here we have a few interesting designs as well. So, the first ship is Bricus Maximus by Skill. It made use of the Dreadnought or Titan rule. Let me see. It's the... Yes, it was called the Titan rule, and increases the radius limit to 2000 if you just submit a single ship. It's made with the True Terran faction and costs 10,000 points in a single ship. Much more than that is not really discernible from the view. The second ship, submission, is Fishy Friends by Foul. Their second submission. It's a red remastered submission and has the goldfish, koi, snail, and pleco, which are various forms of reds with interesting shapes. Third, we have Nut Tournament Viable by Samplecram, which is a farmer mastered design with a main ship with lots of artillery guns and missiles, and then secondary distractors. Fourth, we have Odin by Slowking, which is an obsidian design with what appears to be some crystal launchers and dense obsidian surrounding the core. There also appear to be some crystal cannons, which are close-range weapons. Fifth, we have the Terran Duty in Death by Exterp, or local French jumping spider. It's a normal Terran submission. Last but not least, we have the Ugly Template Brawler by Samplecram, which is a normal Terran design and pretty much a massive troll ship. Let's begin. First up, we have Skill versus Foul. As we can see, the radius limit has for sure been taken care of here. This is a very large design with some light PD and artillery scattered around, and a core with cruise missiles, it appears, and some more small guns and a lot of thrusters. It's a very tanky design. And we have fishy friends by Fowl with typhoons, which are the big guns, tempests, weak lasers, which are these small lasers, phasers, and more. We'll have to see which one wins. The drones appear to just phase into Skill's hull. Fowl is doing his best to try to dig through that armor though. Yes, this is a very massive break, that's for sure. Fowl has lost his mothership. Fowl was close to coring out the break, but not close enough it seems. The drones keep glitching into the ship though, so maybe that could yield some results. Fowl only has one ship remaining. Hello, Leon. And the first round goes to skill. With the overwhelmingly massive brick. Fowl was unfortunately meleeing the ship and ended up getting destroyed because of that. The weak lasers seem to work great as PD. And the win ended up going to Skill. He was just far too durable. Now we have the not tournament viable by Samplecrum, with the SpaceX shielded distractors with a small missile, and a main ship with lots of cannons, weaponry, missiles, PD, and shielding, as well as a factory. Let's see, maybe the artillery kiter can do something. Skill appears to not be very effective at countering these smaller ships, though he's still leading by points. The first round goes to skill. Oh, I see. That's not a cruise missile launcher, this single one. It's a bombardment missile launcher. That's why it's launching so quickly. It's basically a very weak but PD resistant missile. It has pretty high splash but very low damage. Despite being close, unfortunately Sample was not able to whittle down Skill's main ship enough. Now I have Skill versus Slow King. Oh, we can see the crystals were for sure exceedingly effective in this case. Now to just look at these dual ships, we can see they have a lot of thrust, a factory, a giant core, the close range mineral cannons, and some crystal launchers. What did we allow? Well, the thing is, they didn't exhibit this behavior in MLT, which is pretty interesting. But again, like I mentioned earlier, it might be because ships were bigger there, like some of them even bigger than this, but they also used higher grades of armor, like heavy alloy instead of this light alloy. So they might have had a much higher resistance to melee. They were not this powerful in the other tournaments. Skill's core is now exposed, but so is Slow King's for sure. And Brickus Maximus takes the first round. For now, Skill is still taking the point advantage, despite having lost a significant chunk. The Odins are being pummeled by some amount of artillery fire. As you can see, this is very strange. For as long as the target is quite static, the crystals don't actually burrow much, as you could see there. But if a giant ship is moving, it's almost the opposite of being shot. It's almost as if you are running into the bullet sufficiently fast for it to burrow through you. It's a very strange behavior and very hard to balance, which is why only Obsidian has that. Terran Duty in Death, Exter versus Skill. So this is normal Terran versus True Terran, I suppose. Well, as it's called. Pretty interesting designs. The Proton Sword seems to be doing some work. But unfortunately the sheer bulk of Skill's design is too much. Yes, that's pretty interesting. The first round goes to Skill. Exterp is losing points rapidly. Exterp has lost most of his fleet. Skill might not look like it, but he for sure has the firepower. 4 wins to Skill. Now we have Skill versus Sepulchrum in his ugly template brawler. We can see this is a pretty large troll ship as well. A standard Terran one with a factory, plasma cannons, and some mortars. The Battle of the Troll Ships. Oh, Sepulchrum has a friend. And that friend has a much better aim at the core. However, time is running out. Sepulchrum was closing in, but Skill takes the first round. Once again, we can see the brawlout, with the friend building in the background. The ally has realized what to fire at, and it's not the missiles. But Skill still takes the win. Now I have Foul versus Sepulchrum. We can see the longbows, the remastered longbows, to for sure be very effective against these squishy ships. And so are the missiles. Sepulchrum's distractors are very effective. Only one ship remains for Foul. A factory ship. It appears to hold its ground, but Sepulchrum is leading on points. Sepulchrum is leading heavily once again. Foul's second to last ship is under heavy fire. And it's down. Sepulchrum has even made himself another friend, so the win goes to Sepulchrum. Now we have Foul versus Slowking. Two very different designs. Now that Foul is coming in with the heavy firepower, he might be able to do something. He did manage to take down one of the obsidians from the backside. Unfortunately, the main ship was taken down as well. Now it's up to the drones to try to do something. No, a crystal has impacted Foul, and there goes the drone ship, or one of them at the very least. Slowking takes the win, based on time and points. Foul is closing in again, and rolling it off with the obsidian. Foul still has a chance of winning this. Unfortunately, the main ship dies, and with that, most likely the chance to win. You can see the funny drone swarm. And the win goes to Slowking with his Odin. Now we have Fishy Friends versus Terran Duty in Death. Somewhat similar designs in terms of agility and size. Foul's main ship just took down one of Exterp's larger ones. That was taken down itself. Foul is already down to one ship. The first round goes to Exterp. Foul's main ship is once again in danger. drones are certainly burning through. But the main ship has fallen. Now only one ship of foul is remaining, and Exterp still has 5. Only a few seconds remaining. Foul was already dead. Now we have Fishy Friends versus Ugly Template Brawler. Foul might have the damage to be able to go through it. Sumblecrum failed making an ally. The distractors are working as advertised, very easily distracting the bulk of Foul's forces. Another ship of Foul has fallen. Foul is down to his last ship. The time ran out, and the first round goes to Sumblecrum. Foul is in high danger, and his main ship is down. These distractors are proving to be very difficult to take down. Sumblecrum has only lost 1. And the Ugly Template Brawler wins. Now I have Sumblecrum versus Slowking. Not tournament viable versus Odin. The artillery firepower might be effective in this case, and so might the missiles be. This is intended to be a viable matchup for Sumblecrum, given that he has access to a heavy splash and long range, which can counter Obsidian. His distractors are also doing a great job of keeping the crystals away. Samplecram has barely lost any ships, and has already dismantled Slowking, and even built himself a fleet. Samplecram takes the first round. Slowking is down to one ship once again. Slowking only left with a core and some thrusters. Just a few seconds remaining, and Odin was actually destroyed. Now I have Samplecram versus Exterp, and he's off to a very good start, with the heavy firepower his main ship provides. Exterp is down to below half points. And Samplecram has doubled his firepower. With 15 seconds remaining, things are not looking bright for Exterp. The first round goes to Samplecram. Samplecram roughly has twice the points, now more than twice the points, of Exterp. And the win goes to Sample. He was very powerful in this matchup. Now I have Sample versus Sample, the non-tournament viable versus Ugly Template Brawler. Unfortunately, this matchup happened because of the confusion around the start of this tournament. Stuff was breaking. Both fleets have made new motherships. Sample flagship is in trouble, but may now be saved by at least one of Sample ships being distracted. This is a child ship, and as such does not contribute to decreasing points. The first round goes to not tournament viable. This time around, not tournament viable is taking the lead. Pretty decisively. The Ugly Template Brawler was defeated, and such very clearly the win went to the not tournament viable. Now we have Odin versus Terran Duty and Death. Terran Duty in Death is for sure not made against troll ships, but rather against probably smaller and more agile opponents. So this is a poor matchup for Exter. Exterp is now down to below 1,000 points, with Slowking still above 7,000. And Exterp was destroyed right before the timer ran out. Excerpt is off to a good start, with one of the Odins being greatly hampered. Or damaged. And one of the Odins were actually destroyed. This gives Excerpt a great advantage. The second Odin split in half. The mortars appear to be doing great work destroying the infernal soft rock inside the shell of obsidian and lens obsidian. This seems to be a weakness to the Odin. Now the proton swords are doing some work. And the second round goes to Excerpt. The first Odin has once again split in half due to mortars. The weakness was exploited once again, and only one Odin remains. Now, this strategy relies on these two mortar crafts doing their good work. It has done it again, and one of the sides have fallen off. Excerpt is greatly leading on points. And in the end, the Excerpt wins on time. Now it's Odin versus Ugly Template Brawler. If the Brawler can watch out for those crystals, it might take the win. Though it will have to get through that very durable dense obsidian at the front. It does not have the luxury of heavy splash. On top of this, the crystals appear to be pushing it back, out of range. Sepulchrum is leading greatly on points, and with the arrival of the child, he is unlikely to take much more damage now. The first round goes to the Ugly Template Brawler. We could see the crystals doing some frightening work there, with the Ugly Template Brawler flying straight into them. The Ugly Template Brawler seems to be backing off some. It is currently quite threatened. These crystals are for sure digging in quite hard. This is a very close call. And the core was detached. This is likely to spell doom for Sepulchrum. The child was destroyed as well. And the main ship is stuck. The second round goes to Slowking. The crystals once again dug through in a frightening way. This time around, Sepulchrum recovered, but still has to do some serious damage to make sure to win. With very limited time left. Unfortunately for Sepulchrum, it was just not enough. Odin wins. Now I believe we have the last fight of this pool, the Terran Dutin Death Fleet by Exter versus Ugly Template Roller. Terran versus Terran. The good old-fashioned day. Excerpt is down to a third of his original points. The first round goes to Sepulchrum. Once again, Sepulchrum takes a decisive lead within the first 30 seconds. And Sample wins. Now let's check my screen. Now to check my screenshot. Yes, that's how you English. And in the end, the Brickus Maximus and the not tournament viable, first by skill and secondly by Sample end up winning. Ironically enough, the not tournament viable ended up in second place with 4 wins, and the Brickus Maximus with 5 wins. Now we are off to the last pool, which has 4 competitors. I will just take a little quick break and I'll be right back. Now we are back with the last 4 competitors in our tournament before the champion pool. The first one is Anti-Anti-X by Lucifer, which is a farm remastered design, very heavily shielded, and likely using the turreted scatterguns Farm Remastered introduces for a melee use. Secondly, we have a returning entry, which is the Argon Laser Cruiser with drone support by skill. We have seen these before, just in considerably higher budgets, and it's made with the Veterans Challenge faction, which is pretty weak but also pretty cheap, and they do get some benefits in this tournament. Third, we get Rook by Joyous18, which is actually a design from the mod itself that Joyous has provided, which is a single big capital. Then the last ship. Oh, right. I guess he has 5 of them now. So it's a somewhat stripped down version. Then the last submission is Frenody, or something like that, by Lucifer, which appears to be a true Terran design. It has some distractors and one big, likely pulse laser craft. Let's get right into it. We can see that Anti-Anti-X is very effective at shredding through Veterans Challenge. The damage output of these shotguns is very high. We also have a high amount of thrust in the form of capital thrusters, some very bulky generators, and very bulky shields. These are station shields, they are not supposed to be used on ships, but here we are. The whole hull also appears to be made out of unobtainium, making it exceedingly difficult to pierce through. On this side, we have the big laser, I believe it's called, which is a pretty long-ranged pulse laser, as you have already seen. Big thruster stacks. I believe these are generators, but due to the coloring, that's difficult to see. And then some smaller laser crafts with shielding. And the Veterans Challenge crafts practically disappear in this firepower. The kills are exceedingly quick. And then I have Lucifer versus the stripped down Rooks, such that he could fit 5 of them. It has one heavy turret, a thruster, well, a bunch of capital thrusters, and it appears that these have been exploited for higher thrust. Let me check something. This is technically banned, but we did allow the asteroid thruster earlier as well, so it's difficult to argue against. It also has an array of beam lasers, which are pretty long range and high DPS for their size and cost. It's like a giant lance. The railguns are for sure doing their job. Stripping these armor-fitted rooks very easily, especially through the core, where there is no armor and mostly void, actually. And whatever is there is hull. It is very frail. The first round quickly goes to Lucifer. The damage output of this design is very high, as we can see. And Lucifer wins with his anti-anti-X. Now we have anti-anti-X versus Frenody. Apologies, I had to go for a moment. So this is a true Terran design with the big thrusters, as you can see. These are just some distractors, and the main ship is likely fitted with a pulse laser. We'll get to see that in a moment. And there it is. It's an exceedingly focused weapon. Unfortunately, we can see Reassembly AI not aiming too well. Oh, now it is. And it's veering off course again, somewhat. Frenody is currently leading, having stripped down all the shielding and much of the armor. Anti-Anti-X is getting in range, but I believe it's stripped of energy with all that shielding. And as such it can't fire. The first round goes to Frenody. This time around, I believe the Anti-Anti-X has kept more of its generators than last time. And Lucifer wins. Now I have the Argon Laser Cruiser with drone support versus a Rook. The Rooks appear to be steamrolling skill. The first round goes to Joyce. And the win goes to Rook. Now I have the Argon Laser Cruiser versus Frenody. Frenody appears to not be firing. Oh, there we could see it cut through some things. The Argon Laser Cruiser is now dead. And only 2 of the smaller support ships remain. The first round goes to Frenody. Just a few seconds remaining and skill was almost taken out completely. And the win went to Frenody. Now we have, I believe, the last match. Rook versus Frenody. The rook appears to be resistant to the pulse laser. Oh, that seemed to be a weak spot. The rook does seem to have some weak spots along its center line. However, Frenody is also being threatened soon, as a lot of the distractors are down. Frenody is still leading on points, and appears to be winning this round. Frenody won the first round. The distractors are once again doing their job. Frenody wins. And that was the third subpool finished. Now let me see. The two winners are Frenody by Lucifer and Anti-Anti-X by Lucifer. So Lucifer is moving on to the next pool with both his submissions. Congratulations to that. Now to collect the champion pool competitors. Brickus Maximus, of course. And not Tournament Bible. And the first pool, Glass Flower. And Dog Avenger. And Exploration Fleet. So we have 7 competitors in the last round. Welcome, Luex. We are now onto the champion pool. I just have to set up the arena settings. Arena size the same. 3 minutes time limit. And that's it. So, Exderp, Ano, Yenyu, Samplecram, Skill, and both of Lucifer's submissions are getting into the champion pool. And this time the time limit is twice as long as before. And as such there will be more chance for eliminations. Yes, 2 people had the same amount of wins. So, won't that be more fair than choosing the second place just because it's by the game's working place there? Since both the second place and the third place have 3 wins. Let me double check. Yeah, both the Dog Avenger and the Exploration Fleet got 3 wins. Or would you find it more fair to, yeah, just choose the top one? When the pools are small enough, it happens that competitors get exactly the same amount of wins. Then let's begin. First off, we have Exploration Fleet versus Glassflower. Exderp is off to a mixed start, having lost a big amount of points. In the second round, Exterp is once again doing... Well, no, this is still the first round. Ano has for sure lost a good deal of points. Right, we have the longer time limit. That's why I was confused. With less than half a minute remaining, Exter does not seem to be doing well. And the first round goes to Ano. Oh, the compressor storage was destroyed. That's why the excessive explosion happened. Because the mothership died, Exterp is doing very badly in this second round. The compressor storage, which was the big generator-like thing on Exterp's ship, is very volatile, but also works as a gyroscope and stores huge amounts of energy and R. It also generates a bunch. You can see the tiny flies shooting their railguns. Getting huge recoil. And the crystals can for sure be brutal. This last one seems to be hard to take down. And the win goes to Ano. Now we have Exploration Fleet versus Dog Avenger. The exploration fleet's railguns definitely do a huge amount of damage in bursts. But Dog Avenger has a lot of bulk. The mothership has been taken out. Or flagship. Likely marking the loss of Exter. Oh no! A second one was built. That might turn the tide. Oh! Dog Avenger's core is exposed. And most generators taken out. Now it's up to the tiny supportive ships to get in a few hits there. Oh, that was close. But the ship is also about to get briefing room to... And it was taken out. The first round goes to Exterp with his exploration fleet. Exterp's flagship was taken out again, but not before barely not killing off Dog Avenger. Unfortunately for the exploration fleet, the flagship of the NU got some briefing room to, well, just about completely regenerate the shell. And as such, the NU is probably safe. With a minute remaining, Exterp is looking pretty in danger here. With his last original ship remaining. Somehow the last ship was holding on to life, but the timer ran out and Dog Avenger 3 gets the second round. Now, let's see if things can go better for Exploration Fleet again. A lot of Dog Avenger's firepower has already been taken out. But so has the firepower of Exploration Fleet, and the flagship is ramming into Dog Avenger, which is not good. Oh, it's retreating. It might get a chance to regenerate some. The flagship appears to have regenerated quite a lot, with Dog Avenger 3 already being cored, and has now run out of energy, I believe. Wait, no, huh? Must have been hallucinating. Oh, the color was dark. That makes sense. Well, Dog Avenger 3 is almost cut in half by this point. It's lucky to still be alive. Well, not anymore. Exploration Fleet takes the win. Now I have Exploration Fleet versus not Tournament Bible. If the Exploration Fleet's flagship can get to not Tournament Bible's flagship early enough, it might be able to take it out. As we can see here, railguns are very effective against lightly armored but shielded targets. Oh! And not Tournament Bible was taken down. Only some distractors remaining. The first round goes to Exter. You don't believe it's capable of winning against spinal mounts? Armor, I mean. In this case, though, it's an exceedingly beneficial matchup for Exploration Fleet, as it was using a lot of railguns, which don't have good DPS for their cost or their energy use, but they do have very high velocity, single shot damage, and so on. Now I have Exploration Fleet versus Brickus Maximus. If the Exploration Fleet's mothership, or, well, I call them motherships, flagship, manages to get to the side and fire, it has a good chance of winning, just like this. Exploration Fleet's flagship is getting into some interesting positions. Not the most effective for coring out the enemy. Suppose it wants the core from here now. Or not. Interesting. I wonder why a hole appeared here. Well, Brickus Maximus just defeated the flagship of Exterp with melee. So his win is pretty much guaranteed. And I doubt this little railgun guy will change that. The first round goes to Brickus Maximus. Apologies. Exploration fleet is somewhat close to coring out. There is still a possibility of that. But the flagship will have to get into position. Or one of the flagships. A good 2 or 3 bursts could be sufficient. This looks somewhat promising. Ooh, both of them. And the second round goes to Exploration Fleet. But this brick still has some life in it, and I doubt it will give you a second chance. Ooh, the core was almost sniped instantly there. By a bullet facing. Or, yeah, clipping. Brickus Maximus is being very evenly worn down this time around. Oh, a core was ejected into Brickus Maximus. Core of the flagship, in fact. I would say the brick ate the enemy flagship? That's not a very good joke, is it? Second round goes to Brickus Maximus. I have Exploration Fleet versus Anti-Anti-X. Now you get to test your theory of Farmer never winning against Spinal. The Exploration Fleet's flagship is staying out of range. At the moment, Anti-Anti-X is leading. Ooh, another flagship has appeared. Anti-Anti-X does not really know what to do with all the distractors flying around. Its shielding is being very strained though. For now, Anti-Anti-X is still holding up, but having two motherships and a bunch of distractors attack is a bit too much, it appears. However, based on time, Anti-Anti-X, which is Farmer, takes the first round. Once again, the flagship is out of range. Somewhat, at least. Anti-X has to hold onto its points for dear life if it wants to still prevail. It's now less than 1,000 points ahead. Its shielding is struggling very hard now. One minute remaining. Can Anti-X do it? This appears to be much more of a battle for point retention than for kill. Oh. Anti-X is less than 100 points in front. And it's behind. Unless some major ships from the exploration fleet get sufficiently close, Anti-X will be losing this round. The second round went to the exploration fleet. Oh, a shield was detached, but then instantly reattached. Interestingly. Many of these appear to be child ships. Made here, so they do not contribute to Anti-X's point advantage. Anti-X is still leading on points. And this time the exploration fleet did not produce another flagship. This is probably the main reason that it's doing better now. With 10 seconds remaining, it seems likely Anti-Anti-X might do this. And the win goes to the farmer by Lucifer. Now I have Exploration Fleet versus Frenody. The Pulse Laser can likely deal severe damage to the flagship, but the smaller ships might be able to dodge it. The distractors are very effective at distracting though. One distractor down. Oh, Frenody's main ship has just lost its main weapon, and it's taken out, likely removing any chance for Frenody to recover a victory. The last two distractors remaining. The last one being a little thruster stick. With very high acceleration, but railguns don't care. First round goes to Exploration Fleet. Some of the distractors have fallen already, bringing bad news for Frenody. The amount of child ships by now is also concerning for Frenody, as it will spend valuable time targeting things that won't bring it points. And railguns are very effective at hunting down quick ships. Oh, Exploration Fleet's flagship was distracted. Metso is Frenody's flagship. Frenody's flagship was taken down once again, leaving Exploration Fleet just about safe. And the win goes to Exploration Fleet. Good job. Now we have the Glass Flower versus the Dog Avenger. The crystals are once again bouncing off. The Dog Avenger, I believe, is once again being pushed back away from the glass flower. The name is somewhat ironic, as it's probably the most durable craft in this tournament. Dog Avenger is trying hard to fight against the crystals, but it's struggling. The glass flower has retained most of its points, and Dog Avenger is at roughly half. And as such, Dog Avenger will be taking the loss this round. Let's see if second round can go better. Yes, I had to go for a moment. Now I have the glass flower versus the not tournament Bible. This might be an interesting one, assuming that the distractors survive long enough to let the flagship fire away. Though the crystals are for sure eating a lot of the fire. Maybe more than expected. Barely any of the fire is even getting to the wall of magma or lava. I believe these weapons were called volcanoes or something like that. They always fire, and in the normal colors, the projectiles have an orange color, and so does the block. So it's supposed to be like a, well, volcano, spewing lava all the time. Lava bombs. Well, the distractors have ran out, and now there is a whole fleet of crystals going for the flagships, and that's... yeah. I have mentioned this earlier, but these crystals were way less effective in the MLT tournaments. But it might once again be because of the much higher budget at the time, which meant that people used much higher grades of armor, like, for instance, in this instance, it probably would have been solid unobtainium. But since people have to care much more about the budget here, we can see that stuff is pretty squishy. The same in the case of Brickus Maximus. You will think it's pretty durable, but it's made out of light alloy. It's still somewhat similar to normal Terran's armor or hull, but the thing is that the heavy alloy, which was almost exclusively used in the higher point tournaments. Oh, it doesn't actually have... No, so the thing is, I tuned these crystals to have... like, they have, I think, less than 1% of armor. I don't know how the math works out internally in the game, but they have less than, like, 1% of armor. And at that point, it appears that higher health does actually contribute a bunch to how easily the crystals can destroy them and how much inertia they lose by destroying a block. I know it doesn't at all appear on like the normal vanilla scales where armor is 500, well, melee is 500% and the most durable block is unobtainium. But if you per se were to take a vanilla melee spinner and pit it against the max scale dense obsidian octagon, for instance, I don't know exactly how it goes there, but I'm pretty sure that if not by the first one, it will probably lose most of its inertia by the second. So that's pretty interesting. Well, the crystals were predictably victorious once again. Now I have this one. So what I'm trying to say is, if this was made purely out of heavy alloy, which is like twice as durable, wow, okay, I see, it's that decisive. It's very likely that they would have stopped maybe 5 to 10 layers deep at most. At least that's how I recall it being in the old MLT tournaments, but again, they had 100,000 points of budget, which is a completely different scale. Sure. Yeah, no, I mean, yeah. I mean, when you see this, it's not very easy to see the argument. Well, the glass flower won once again. All I'm saying is, crystals weren't cutting huge ships in half in the 100,000 point terms. Like, look here, the unobtainium is actually bouncing them off, right? Which is pretty interesting. They are not just... well, okay, they hit the generator there, but still, they are... you did see them bounce off, right? So, hey! Do you see the argument now? And the first round goes to Glass Flower. But a lot of it also seems to have to do with the ship having inertia, like this one. But again, this one was flying full speed into those crystals. Yet they... Yeah, I have no clue how the math actually works internally in the game. I've already said that, but it's strange how different the effect can be. Because this guy is more durable against these crystals than the giant brick, despite probably having 1/10 or less. Oh, it actually won this round. So yeah, there seems to be some factor there. Anti-X has an insane amount of DPS when it brings it to bear. Oh, its generator rack was once again taken out. Meaning that it is powerless, unfortunately. Oh, also I should make it clear, I'm not arguing for these crystal things to even be a thing. Before hosting this tournament, I was actually asking people if they felt that Obsidian should probably not participate. The Obsidian is winning this round, we could see. But no one really said anything. So I chose to include it with the hopes that people like MGW will participate and make some crazy cool artistic Obsidians again, which in the 100,000 point tournament actually contributed. Like, sure, it was a troll ship, but it was a very pretty one with some interesting mechanics and layout. But that didn't happen, I suppose. Well, I mean, this is pretty cool, but it also demonstrates the power of these. For sure. At higher points, armor and durability also just becomes less effective. Damage output, especially if you have long-range weapons, which you do have in my modded factions, and at 100,000 points, scales a lot better than armor does. I mean, you know of this yourself. Especially if the armor is paid. You just have to core out a thin line to the center, but you have to cover the whole craft in the armor to make sure that it doesn't have glaring weaknesses. So it becomes unsustainable to keep things as durable. That's probably half the reason Obsidian was also not invincible like it's here. Well then, Frenody is definitely hugging a lot of stuff. This is heavy alloy, by the way, these starter blocks, I'm pretty sure. So you can see they had some resistance too. Now, can the glass flower take out the last crazy little thing? I will take and skip this, because I'm pretty sure we knew who was going to win this. If Frenody was able to aim perfectly and consistently at the center of the glass flower, probably will have one. I presume this is either rock or more likely obsidian stone, I think it's called, or obsidian rock, which is like the middle part, and then this is probably obsidian. Obsidian is not durable enough to take the DPS of this forever, but it keeps veering to the sides. It has probably wasted hundreds of thousands of damage by now. It does 20,000 DPS at its peak, just for your knowledge. Frenady is still leading. Now, if that one little distractor can stay alive until the timer is short enough that the crystals can't get to Frenady, then Frenady is going to win. Hey, at least the crystals are pretty. Oh, I do not like where those crystals are going. That's not good. And the win goes to Ano. Now we have Dog Avenger 3 versus not tournament viable. Not tournament viable is pretty effective at sniping. Those longbows seem to be doing some very good work. They help with the issue we saw with the laser earlier by having a small gimbal. So even if the ship doesn't actually aim properly, which they often don't do in reassembly with long range. Apologies, I had some internet trouble. But I'm back now. Dog Avenger is currently losing on points. There's a lot of firepower, just wish it was used. But the first round goes to not tournament viable. Good job. Ooh, for now it's actually staying in range. This looks promising. Dog Avenger is down to 7,000 points. Oh, the flagship was distracted for a moment, letting the enemy flagship recover some. Terran regenerates very quickly. Dog Avenger is down to half points. And the core is slowly getting exposed. Oh, the core is now in immediate danger. And the win goes to not tournament viable. Now we have Dog Avenger 3 versus Brickus Maximus. Asteroid Thruster versus... I think this is once again some capital stuff, maybe Capital Thruster? True Terran is relatively very old. The aim here appears to be very interesting. It's fully possible that the faction has smart fire or like spread fire. No matter what it is, the Dog Avenger is soon at half points. And 1 minute remaining, and Brickus Maximus has not even lost 1,000 points. Dog Avenger is dead, so the win goes to Brickus. Dog Avenger is almost already 1,000 points short. It is now, in fact. Dog Avenger is maneuvering, it appears. While Brickus Maximus has not yet lost a single piece of functional blocks. Might soon though. Dog Avenger appears to be retreating. Brickus Maximus has no ability to turn, so this is the end of this engagement. Dog Avenger forfeited, and as such, Brickus Maximus wins. Now I have Dog Avenger 3 versus Anti-X. I do not believe it's a good idea to melee this farmer. First round is probably decided by now. This is a situation that is extremely unlikely to change. And as such, I will be skipping this match. The first match went to Anti-X. Those shotguns are probably far too effective for their size and cost. At least in terms of a burst of fire. When you have a ton of energy stored up in big generators or capacitors. They might be energy inefficient, but that doesn't help if they can kill off the enemy before that matters. This is once again a stalemate. Dog Avenger has no chance of breaking through Anti-X's armor, and Anti-X is very unlikely to catch up with the Dog Avenger's drones. And as such, the match is given to Anti-Anti-X. Now we have Dog Avenger 3 versus Frenody. Pulse Laser almost annihilating one of the small drones already. Dog Avenger is surrounded by distractors. The distractors are not doing too well, but Dog Avenger is still losing on points at the moment. Only 2 ships remain. The tiny quick distractor and the main ship. If Dog Avenger goes for the main ship, this is likely sealed. And unfortunately, Dog Avenger is not quick enough. And the first round goes to Frenody. The distractors are once again doing poorly. And Frenody is down to the quick distractor and the main ship. Friendly is still leading on points. The drones are attempting to do something, but even they have trouble keeping up. In the end, Frenody goes away with the win. Now we have not tournament viable versus Brickus Maximus. Brickus Maximus starts off by harming the Distractors, giving it a good bunch of points. However, not tournament viable is also taking points quite well, away from Brickus Maximus. With its heavy missile firepower, Brickus Maximus is still holding on to a 300-point lead. Ten seconds remaining, and not tournament viable lost some further points, making it unreachable to win on points. As such, Brickus Maximus takes the first round. Brickus Maximus is still retaining a bunch of points at the moment, leading. Not Tournament Viable is losing a good deal of points at the moment, as one of the distractors meleeed themselves into the brick. It's still uncertain who will win. If Brickus Maximus keeps focusing on unimportant distractors, the ones that have been made, then Not Tournament Viable might go away with this round. Oh! Not Tournament Viable is now leading on points. Oh, Not Tournament Viable lost some more points. But Not Tournament Viable ends up going away with the second round. Now we have the last round between these two. At the moment, Not Tournament Viable has lost a lot of points. That distractor barely survived. It just picked up the shield right before being bombed. Every single point counts in a battle of attrition. I believe Not Tournament Viable might struggle getting a point lead now, but it's still potentially possible. Brickus Maximus is retaining the points a bit effectively the last minute. And Brickus Maximus takes the win. Currently, Glassflower is leading with 2 others tied. Now we have 2 farmers against each other. Not Tournament viable versus Anti-Anti-X. At the moment, not Tournament viable was leading, but then Anti-Anti-X managed to take out 2 more distractors. So now it's in the lead. Anti-Anti-X's shields are not saturated. It has a very powerful ability to retain points. Anti-Anti-X and not Tournament viable are almost tied for points. Anti-Anti-X is absorbing a lot of damage, while not Tournament viable is staying barely out of range. Oh, Anti-Anti-X lost some stuff again. Giving not Tournament viable this round. With a point lead of 300. This time around, both sides are starting out very similar. The points go unchanged most of the time. Oh, and the Anti-X lost some further points now. And it keeps losing points. It will preferably turn more, which will spread out the damage across all shields. Anti-Antax is struggling to reach anything to shoot at. While not Tournament viable, keeps unloading its whole barrages, but Anti-Antax keeps absorbing them. In the end, not Tournament viable by Samplecrum takes the win. Now I have not Tournament viable versus Frenody. Frenody will likely have difficulties targeting the distractors, I thought. Or it will just pick all of them off within 10 seconds. It's trying to. If Frenody can get rid of all of the distractors, then the flagship will be in danger. However, the opposite can be true for not tournament viable. Frenody is out of distractors. Except for the tiny fast one way over there. But it's not relevant to the fight. Now Frenedy's flagship is in danger. But it also has that funny point defense at the front that pushes missiles away. Frenedy's last distractor is being very effective. But now Frenedy has lost that distractor. And is now in danger of taking a lot of missile fire from the wrong direction. Yep. Not tournament viable really pulled in a win at the last second. The first round went to not tournament viable. Ironically, showing itself to be tournament viable. Not tournament viable has lost all of its original distractors, but it keeps its, well, newly made ones. At the same time, Frenedy has once again run out of tanky distractors at the very least. Oh, the distractor is being hit by missiles. And it's falling apart. And it recovered. The main ship was taken out for a frenzy, so not Hermit Bible takes the second round as well, taking the win. Now we have the Brick, well, Brickus Maximus versus Anti-Anti-X. So it's the ultimate DPS versus the ultimate hull. Oh, some of the projectiles are facing through. This is looking very bad, and Anti-Anti-X won. Anything skill can't outlive, it can't outkill either. It really does purely rely on just surviving anything. The win goes to Anti-Anti-X. That was maybe the quickest fight with the Brick yet. Now we have Brickus Maximus versus Frenady. If Frenady focused its fire properly, it might have cut through, but we are unlikely to see that, unfortunately. Brickus Maximus is for sure slowly but surely losing points. The intended use of the pulse laser isn't to brute force it, but I suppose it's possible. Ooh, Frenady getting in close there. Frenady is very clearly leading on points at the moment. But Brickus Maximus is slowly killing off its distractors. 15 seconds remaining, and Brickus Maximus is really losing on points. The first round goes to Frenedy. Frenedy is once again stripping Brickus Maximus of his points. Ooh, Frenedy. Digging in deep. Brickus Maximus is doing its best to clean up, but Frenedy is for sure leading on points by 500. And Frenedy wins this round. Now we have, I believe, the last fight between Anti-Anti-X and Frenedy. Ooh, Frenedy can for sure probably do something to those to those shields. Even piercing through the Endoptanium. And now probably piercing through the generators, which will take away Anti-Anti-X's greatest source of durability. As such, it's now completely disabled. And Frenedy is having aiming issues. These distractors do not have nearly the power required to fire continuously. Oh, Frenzy got back some of its aim again. Cutting off another chunk. But Anti-X has a lot of unobtainium, so the core is encased in it. Oh, just for a split second, Anti-X got to pull some more unobtainium onto the core. Ooh, this one has a torpedo launcher. I didn't notice. And the first round goes to Frenady. Second round. Can Frenady replicate the success? Well, Frenady is getting in scarily close. And is that it? Well then, we can reasonably skip this match. I'm having my doubts that Frenady can recover from this. That was silly. Let's see if this might happen again. Oh. This wreckage should have been blocking this laser, but it's not. That's kind of unfair. Well then. Oh, Anti-X is getting a chance to regenerate. If it can get back some of those generators, it might have a chance. Or no. Frenady is for sure cutting into Anti-X. Cutting off the whole front half. And soon removing the generators once again. Oh. Anti-X is still fighting. Ooh, the core was almost taken out there. It's a miracle it wasn't. And Frenady wins. So, going back to the screenshot I just made, in the end, right, yes. The first winner is... Wait, give me a moment. So, as you can see here, the first place winner with a total of 6 wins, one in every single case, was Glass Flower by Ano. In second place with 3 wins, both Anti-X by Lucifer and Brickus Maximus by Skill. These are the 3 winners of this tournament. Congratulations. You all did it in very much your own ways. We have a troll ship slash crystal launcher ship, and the last one a farmer brawler based on shields. A pretty wide spectrum, I would say, even though both of them are slow, the two slower ships. Thank you, thank you everyone for participating. Sorry, my voice is breaking a little. We had a lot of varied designs. Apologies for the issues with hosting of this tournament and the delays with the stream, not just today, but the fact it was supposed to be a month ago. But again, thank you for those who watched, especially you, Samplecram, for sure. And I hope you, everyone, enjoyed this at least a bit. I enjoyed it as well. Lots of cool stuff. Thank you, and I'll see you some other time.